Alright, good evening everyone. Welcome to the channel. Tonight we are in our multiplayer stream from our Minecraft SMP. Just bring up the screen. Let's hope it turns up the right screen. Waiting. Huzzah! Let's hope the sound works too. Yay, I hear sound. Alright, let's bring ourselves in, get underway. So tonight, I'm going to split time between the online server and the hardcore survival world we've been working on. Vein miner, see that shouldn't... the vein miner on the server's outdated. I fixed up the vein miner on the client side. Need to fix up the server side. Anyway, so where we got to last week was we put the roof on. We put our decorative friend on the front, and we've got everything, all the building side done. We now need to put all the windows in, put all the decoration in, and then desecrate the place. Oh, and do the courtyard as such. I'm contemplating where to make a cloister here more than anything else. The other thing I was thinking of too was obviously the place has been attacked, and there's going to be, well, people that didn't survive said attack, and there's some things I was thinking of to add texture to the place, give it impact, and we'll work those in as we get closer. See how well that works out. But anyway, so we're gonna head in. Gonna put in our little, no, it won't be another brick fence. We'll go the, given we've been using mud brick, we're gonna stick back to mud brick wall over mud brick fence. No, we don't, just another brick fence. And we'll go slabs, I think, because it's going to be colonnaded. Yeah, to you too. It's not going to be massive. In fact, what I should do, they should actually continue across. How does that work? It's a bit... Your cloister's a little bit wider than that. Do I have my granite block? I do. So let's take that out. And move things out too wide. Better. 3 wide, sorry. Give ourselves a 2 wide walkway. Yeah, so we go 2 gap. No, because you're going to turn at the end. You're not going to do that at the end. You're going to bring it all the way over here. So let's just fill it in. We're going to put lights in and stuff, so that won't be a problem. It's definitely going to make this a little private little garden now. I'll put some garden beds in. So glad I spent all that time last week filling in this underground area. Okay, so 2 wide looks decent. So we'll go gap, 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 gap. What are you doing? Bye. Doesn't quite give me an even number. Can I help you? I don't think I'm going to cloister the main courtyard area. Maybe just a single. Yep, no, that definitely works well. Although stone brick would have worked too. Yeah, so I'd run it down. Well, technically, you'd probably expect an entrance in from here. Like there? Yeah. So you got the special person entrance, not for peasants. Okay, so that would work. We'll leave that like that. Alright, I'm going to turn this back into dirt again. Actually, we're going to have a path, weren't we? We were. What sort of path? Not a stone brick, that's for sure. Not mud brick. Like mud, maybe? Something worthy of being trodden on by peasants. I mean, quartz would work, but it's too white. Resin? Brick? It's very orange. Maybe we just go brick. Now, I would probably put a fountain or some sort of decoration in here. But I don't think you're going to put too much in the way of that. Now your supplicants are going to walk around here, they're going to walk straight up the middle. In fact, that'd be 3 wide. I mean, a simple fountain, maybe? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, okay, so that's going to give us... okay. No, it's not going to be even shaped. Well, it's going to be off center. I don't have the sulfur blocks. I can't do a geyser. That would be perfect. Would be. We're working towards it. Actually, not gold. We want something that's going to be more worn down. Copper. Weathered copper. Right, so the fountain... I don't know, again, if the place has been desecrated, the fountain probably shouldn't run. No, it shouldn't. Alright, so yeah, you've got water there like it was going to be working. I wish I could colour it. Can I colour it? I don't think I can. Nope. In which case, the quartz slab would be wrong. It'd need to be something darker. Like mucky. Copper? No. Green. Yeah, that looks good. Oxidized or exposed? Exposed looks better, I think. Now the place doesn't look so clean and neat and tidy. These quartz stairs need to be fixed up though. Wax deposed. Well, that looks like it's been set fire to or damaged. Oh, yeah, no. We're going to keep it like that. Yep. Half white. That works. Maybe this side here, a couple. Yep, I like that. Blackstone. Blackstone slab. We're also going to be using this when we do our destruction. Okay, we now need glass. We're going to take some glass. Well, not quite. What I'm going to do is I want to put down the brick. Sorry, I haven't finished putting the bricks in yet. But yes, good idea. In fact, we'll get to the desecration. I mean, I wasn't aiming to destroy things just yet. Or maybe like a resin brick or... yeah, coarse gravel would be a good choice. Hang on, I've already got brick, don't I? I do. Alright, so it's 3 wide coming in, so it's going to be 3 wide going around. I mean, if I could do cracked brick, like red brick, it'd be nice. Coarse dirt. We can definitely put coarse dirt in at some point. Right, I'm going to finish, pretending to decorate. Okay, so it's like, that was even, wasn't it? 1, 2, 3. So that's going to go there. So yeah, I'm going to decorate it properly first, and then I go through and destroy everything. Well, not everything. Do the destruction. So, for example, there's going to be holes in the roofs and things like that. And I'll be using things like blackstone stairs, where the roof has been burnt away. There'll be smouldering and blackstone for dark edges. Like, I've been thinking about it a little. Like, I was even thinking about having like a broken statue at the back of copying that, but having it would normally be hanging up here at the back, but it'd be half broken, the wing on the ground, etc. But I'm not sure that I have enough space to do that, plus all the things I want to be able to do in here. Okay, so that's that done. We're going to keep it nice and green for now, and we will turn it ugly in due course. Do I need to do any more granite? Nope. Do I need to do any more brick? No. Okay, so granite and brick can go away. Azalea, flowering azalea, come in. And then there'd be a corner as well. Maybe like a topiary. And the approach to the building would probably be... Hang on, let me do this last one. And there'd probably be flowers and stuff at the front. And there'd be a couple of topiaries out the back here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 3, 4. About there. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Meh. Ugly. Nope. And in fact, actually, I got an idea for this one. Moss block, moss block, moss block. Moss block. Fancy. Whoops. Go away. Okay, so making things pretty. Now I'm going to put all the windows in. Before I break half of them. Okay, so they're going to be panes. We're going to go light grey and cyan. Oh, I've got to pull this back as well over this side, but that's all right. These ones are definitely going to be light grey. Now these are going to be proper glass blocks. This guy being fancy, is going to have fancier windows. This room, not being so fancy, is not going to have fancy windows. They get some good multicolored glass in for there. Well, I was going to put the occasional mossy stone block in too, so I can start there. Okay, windows, small windows around. Let's get big windows. You're going to go like, you know, yellow, red, blues. Yeah, these guys are going to be all right. Yeah, bit ugly, but that'll do there. I've got to put a door on that. This guy's already got his windows in. All right, these are going to be big and colourful. A little bit too colourful, but again, a big window there. Maybe what did I have? Yellows and red blues. Okay, there's a bunch of doors to go in as well. Now, these are big windows out here. I could probably put a white or something in. I will probably go and vary this colour up. I know there's an actual mathematical proof out there that you can have I think it's three colours, and you can colour in adjacent areas such that no two adjacent areas will have the same colour. But obviously I suck at that. Okay, blues. Okay, actually that's not too bad. I'll leave that there. And I think I forgot to put a window in there. I did. Light grey. In there we go. Alright. That's that done. Now we're going to hang copper chains. Waxed. A nice bright waxed copper chain. And actually... we get copper bulbs, but I think we'll go... waxed exposed. Okay, so you're going to run big chains down from there. 3 down. Down, I said. And then you're going to run chains hanging down there. Now, if I could have massive tall candles. Okay, so I don't think the ceiling lights... actually, I could. We'll run the lanterns down anyway. And we'll break 1 or 2 of them. Okay, so they would be there like that. We've got nice bright interior. Alright, you guys clear out. Okay, we would then run a carpet. Ooh, go red. A red carpet from the main doors all the way up. I wish I could run carpets upstairs, but I can't. Now, I would say gold, but again, it's been desecrated, so it'd probably be black in the end. Have like a purple cloth over it. End rod. We have an end. There we go. What are you doing there? Get away. Okay, then you'd have like a chalice or something in the middle. How do I represent that? A bowl? But I can't just put a bowl down straight on the table. Can't put anything down straight on the table. We're definitely going to have a lectern. Would it be off to the side? Be off to the side. And actually, you'd hang a banner. Not that side, you idiot. In fact, if I have purple. Nope. Still looking for this chalice, though. There's got to be something I can use. Something... I mean, a flower pot? Yeah, okay, that works. I'm going to put lights out here as well. Would normally have lanterns out here as well. Okay, so that's going to be lanterned. That's going to be lantern. Now at the back here will be a lantern too, but that's beside the point. I got rid of the chains, didn't I? I did. Nope, not that low down. Yeah, that'll do for now. Now these doors would be spruce. I wish I could do half doors, but yeah, well. We're actually going to go slightly special door if we can. Not the copper ones. Copper ones don't work so well. Not iron. A crimson door. And in fact, that would be hidden by a curtain of sorts. Well, not that far forward. What, like, on the interior there? It looked pretty cool. I mean, my hardcore world, when I build my hardcore world that I was using when I was trying to beat the game, I had a tower and hall set up that would actually have coloured glass panes. Yeah, no, it'd be well, in fact, I've done it here as well. No, it's in this world as well. If I go, so when you've got shaders on, because the sun is normally a little bit south of north when it of the centerline when it passes. If you got shaders on, then what's that? Mangrove leaves. You get the colours coming through the panes beautifully, and it lights up everything, and you get glass blocks at the end, and then glass panes. And generally, I actually would use 3 colours. Some reason I only use 2. So yeah, these windows are just red and yellow at the moment. But in normal playthroughs, on playthroughs where I was going to try and beat the game, I'd be actually proper multicoloured, like 3 colours at least. Whereas, yeah, more like what's this window is. So they've got black glass panes, and then they've got a nice stained glass window at the end, which is better than what I've got. And then all these guys had just light grey. Overlaying each other. Well, that would be interesting. You get that layered effect, the depth effect. Now, where was I? Up here. Alright, so that's in place. Now that's all going to get destroyed. Seating is going to be a rich colour. So we're going to go acacia. And 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I almost feel bad about having to destroy this. Almost. I don't think they do if it's one block over the top of another block. If you got a 1 block gap between them, then quite possibly. I don't think they're going to decorate inside because that's the main decoration. Although, that said, we're going to put fancy seating in these rooms. I don't know what they're going to be used for, but oh, there's an internal wall which I never finished. Whoops. And these would be like little chapels. I got rid of the lectern, didn't I? Of course I did. I'm going to use some shelving. this time round as well. So yeah, that'll decorate up as well. We're going to give that, not going to be as fancy, so you're going to go more, go blue carpet for you. No, I have a boat, but anyway. Yeah, I haven't put the ceilings in. And we'll give, we got red banners on the other ones. Give you a yellow banner. Ah, there's carpet in the way. Nope, let's put that carpet back. Okay, so there's that. That room's done. I've got to do the ceilings. Okay, so this is done. I mean, I could do wall hangings and stuff, but as far as I'm concerned, this is done. Might actually put gold with a skelly and black wings. I'll go yellow stained glass blocks. Put his skelly head on. Where'd that go? And then his wings were what, halfway down the body? No, one down, straight down. We can have a light. Frog light. We're looking for a frog light. That's what I'm looking for. F-R-O-G. We're going to go for an ochre. Oh, that works well. And the spooky sounds. And I've got to destroy things yet. I've got to destroy things. Alright, and now I'm going to put in the various storage rooms and whatnot. Okay, so that's complete. I don't think I should give it a crown. I don't think it's going to fit. No, it won't. I mean, the wings barely fit as it does. Okay, we are going to put in a whole bunch of beds. But we're going to go fairly poor for down over here. This is a storage room. Okay, so that's a meal room. That's a prep room. Now that I remember the layout. These are like the cells. They're going to be beds in each corner. They're not actually going to be lined up. And in fact, I'll have to change a couple of them out for black beds for being set on fire. Now, up here, the abbot or whoever is going to have a rather fancy room. That's a storage room. These guys are going to have beds that are richer than down the bottom, but they're not super rich. So you'll go blue, blue, blue. I'm going to make you special. Okay, these guys, very small rooms. I'll just make that a storage room. I don't think I'd even give them a carpet. But I will give them a lectern because, well, they're praying. And probably a shelf. I like that. He's just in front of the window. I'll give him a bookcase as well. And I'll give this guy storage barrel. And I would normally thinking about giving them a okay, this will be just like a meeting room, I think. These guys will get seats. They're a bit better off. Yeah, but it's going to have fancy seat. Alright, and okay, I'm going to make storage. So I did say this was going to be like seating, didn't I? Like an office, a meeting. Okay. They're good, they're good, they're good. That's going to be storage, and it's got no door on it. Go blue carpet for you. Okay, and so there's going to be a storage room back there. Good, that's set. This... We're going to be another office space, I think. In fact, we'll make this more like a... If you make it a library, that'd be good. I think that works. That one's done. This is going to be a dining... Oh, of course, I left a door out, didn't I? 2 doors are missing. This one. And that one. Alright, so this is going to be a dining. So this is a kitchen. So we don't want bookshelves. We don't want lecterns. We're going to go functional block like cauldron. Smoker. And a barrel, I think. No, not nighttime yet. Alright. So cauldron. Fill it up. Barrels like that. And a smoker. Tripwire, trip. The barrels of drink, food, everything else. Okay, so storage is going to be, we don't need a smoker in storage, don't need a tripwire hook. We are going to take note block, beehive, I didn't do the table. I didn't do the dining room. Alright, okay, this is going to be filled in like this. is what it would normally look like. And of course I got rid of the seat, didn't I? I did. So we want slightly more workmanlike tables and chairs. We'll do one of those pressure plate table tops. The oak, so oak fence. Okay, it needs to be there as well, fair enough. Okay, so that's done, that's done, that's done. They're all done. This is mostly done. This is going to be storage as well. Originally. And it's going to have bookcases. Maybe mixture of empty and not so empty bookcases. Alright, storage room cut. Storage room complete. And that's done. They're all decorated. That's going to stay very, very plain. They're done, they're done. Okay, what we're going to do is these two rooms at the front are kind of like porter's chambers. In which case we're going to give them a very, very plain bed. They're not going to have, we're going to have lecterns. Such, it's just going to be very, very, very plain. A shelf unit as such. Alright, what we're going to put in those other rooms is we're going to put in candles. In fact, we'll go... I actually have my flint and steel. No, I don't. No, I don't. Flint and steel. Alright, I'm going to put down the candles. Yep, he's got one on the floor. I like that. He's also got one on the floor. Okay, if it was functioning, they'd all be lit. Okay, they've got candles as well. Okay, these rooms are going to have lanterns. These rooms up here. That's a storage room. I forgot to storage it. We'll make it like like a book storage. Okay, yep, right, okay. Now we're going to put ceilings in. I'm going to go fairly basic jungle slab ceilings, I think. Let's double check. They're all done, they're all decorated, yes. 3. Ow. Not quite ready to destroy just yet. Now, I did have my lanterns. One there. Of course I put it in the wrong spot, didn't I? I'm going to feel real bad about destroying this now. Actually, kind of really cool. Well, partly bad. All this effort to make it all nice and pretty. Oh, I didn't put lanterns in. Well, it's very bright for now. Okay, so that's been ceilinged. That's been ceilinged. What are you doing in here? This is not getting a ceiling. And a couple more on this side. Yeah, to you too. Alrighty, and proceeding. Okay, that's a good idea. That would be pretty cool. And in fact, you could do it two ways, actually. If you're going to do it like a cathedral, you'd have a nether portal in the basement. Yep, which will take you to the nether. But you'd then also have an end portal in the choir or something like that, which would take you to an equivalent one in the end. Although I don't know if you can have a nether portal in the end. That's a pretty cool idea, though. I'll have to steal that at some point. I gotta say, this is this is actually like a nicer build than I was expecting. I've now got to go and destroy it all. But that's alright. That's the point of it. I didn't say who was coming through and destroying. Is that lower? It is. No, not quite. Well, I was going to steal it anyway. Alright, let's get up here. Well, I'll add it to the list of builds that I got on the boil. I mean, that would be a cool build. I wouldn't... See, I've put this one up here because it was obviously like a... Not an abandoned, but an out-of-the-way monastery as such that then got turned into something. Or got attacked and destroyed. I never put lights in someone, did I? I'd have to put the other one more centralized. I mean, it would unfortunately give the game away as soon as you entered the nether, though, because you'd get nether... Well, I suppose depending on where in the nether you ended up, but you'd more than likely get nether particles showing up. I mean, plus the fact that everybody knows that a nether portal will take you into the nether. Okay, that is all ceilings done. It's decorated. Main room is done. Okay, so we're going to have... Okay, so this door got knocked off its hinges. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 high. Would have pushed out. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Make it a bit straighter. I don't have a black timber. A pale oak, but pale oak gets very pale. Well, that's kind of why I picked here for the building I was putting in, because it was sort of like an isolated plateau type thing. Your scale becomes a problem, as I found out down here. Building these, I mean, they're only 4, 5, 6 chunks. This took an awful lot of flattening of terrain, and it was just a So yeah, the difficulty is getting the scale right, because I mean, this is a fairly large plateau, and the building itself is pretty large, but getting things flat. Yeah, so what I found out down here, so building the big manor house, having to flatten it, I thought I was in an already fairly flat zone. And it also depends on how big you're going to build it, because the tower houses down here, they fit fairly well. It took a little bit of ground flattening. They worked out okay. Fitting Predjama Castle in there was a bit difficult. That took me weeks to get done. The other build that was annoying. Oh, this was insane, getting everything down to the right depths, and I mean, should have learnt my lesson from that one, I guess. This was frustrating in the end. The Oasis wasn't too bad. It still took a bit of flattening and leveling out, and ages to find the right spot. So yeah, I mean, finding, like, building a castle or church up high up, and then down. I've got a couple of designs that could be used for that purpose. I just haven't got to them yet. All right. Okay, let's continue tearing things down. All right, so we're going to go black carpet, grey carpet. Okay, so we're going to lose up that bit there. That's going to go black. And then it's going to go to grey. These chairs are currently bright. They're acacia, they are acacia. I'm going to push them dark. like a nether or blackstone. You're going to have down this end where the fire was. That's all burnt out. That's like partial like that. That'll be like that. That want to be like that. And we're going to have like broken chairs. Bits like that. Okay, clearly there's been a fire there, and our lovely quartz floor is now going to be a blackstone. Because it's going to have been damaged. Not just that, it's going to have been down. Like damaged floor. Where else did I say there was a fire? It's over this way as well. Yeah, actually down. Alright, next part is going to be leaves. There's going to be leaves scattered throughout as well. Can I put leaves on that? Nope. Can I put leaves? Well, I could. Clearly, it's been damaged. Now, this is going to be knocked over. In fact, what I'll put down is... end rod. Where did they go? There. Ah, doesn't lie down properly. Just like that. Where's our black? Okay, 1, 2. Landed on the ground. Like that. Black banner. Alright, I did say I was going to drop 1 or 2 of these, didn't I? That one is going to get dropped from there, so 2 bits. So that bit's fallen down. We're missing bits there. I'm going to punch holes in the roof. And this, one of these blocks is going to get turned. Again, it was set fire to. I like this blackstone. Blackstone is becoming my friend. Now, what stairs did I use? Actually, I was going to go blackstone stairs as well inside. All right, so clearly there's been fire in here. Things have been destroyed. We got lanterns falling down. We got partly damaged things. All that stuff's there like that. Okay, these windows. No, I've got to break some more windows. Yeah, windows are broken. Holes in the roof. It's looking good there. Okay, now let's come down and damage this. Did say slab, didn't I? And in fact, I can go campfire, I guess. Let's have a look at campfire. There's a hole in the roof. It's kind of good because I hated building this one in the first place. And we're going to tuck that in the roof there. It's still smoking. Yep. And in fact, for these ones, I won't put black wool to indicate. I mean, I think black wool works as the idea it's been burnt out. And I'm going to put in chiseled bookcases to indicate they've been pillaged. And this ceiling's also been scorched. Fallen down a bit. There you go. That's still on fire. That's been scorched and burnt. That actually, I think that works out okay. Break a couple of windows. Break some ugly windows. I was going to say, what? Something burning fell on me. Okay, that's good. That door get knocked down. That door's fine. Those doors been pulled down. They come in here and we're going to destroy the dinner table. Be like a pile of ashes in the corner. That's going to be burnt out through there. Be punched out. It's going to have a hole through there. That's going to be burnt out as well. And again, still be smoking. Right. I knocked the holes in the ceiling over here. This isn't... The main building's not on fire anymore. It'll be smouldering, but I can't get... Can't fire under carpet. I can. Right, still smouldering. I like that. That's working. That's going well. So I could turn one of those into like a pile of timber. Anyway, these are going to be turned into... They'll have been burnt, but we don't have the option to burn... To have burnt wool as such. What we do have is pale oak leaves. It can't be universally damaged. Leaf litter. I mean, we know there's 4 of them. That one can be knocked down altogether. And we do have coarse dirt to put in its place. Like that. To indicate the bricks have been torn up or otherwise damaged. Like that. Now these rooms, what was I going to do to the beds? I'm going to turn some of the beds into black beds. Again, to indicate they've been set on fire. Other beds are going to be destroyed altogether. So I still have my black wool. I do. And in fact, getting leaf litter into these rooms indicates Things got burnt. I mean, not everything got destroyed. Most of it did. I'm going to come up here to the fancy room. That is definitely going to have been burnt out. Ah, poor. Okay, this room. I don't know that... Oh, okay. I'm a lot happy with how this looks. That door's going to be destroyed. That door's going to be destroyed. That one's like, just like big and heavy and metal. They've been knocked about. They've got holes in the roofs over here. I thought about maybe chucking another... Do I have a campfire still? I do. Tucking one in there. Okay, so we've got holes in roofs over there. We're filling in some of the holes over here. Okay, so the place is still on fire. Smouldering. Windows have been knocked out. So there's been clearly obvious fires. There we go. All right, so desecration has taken place. We've got leaves and stuff scattered around. These places will be turned to carpet as well. That one, just like that. Okay, that's kind of working. That's been knocked down and around. There's a bit still working in here. These rooms have been desecrated. Except the kitchen. Did I do anything to the kitchen? No, I didn't. Not yet. We'll take those doors down though. Alright, I think that looks pretty decent. Now, no, right, there was one or two things I was going to do now. Next morning. So the thing we assumed is that everybody got out. Well, let's go with the idea that not everybody did. Okay, let's get rid of the black carpet now. I don't need the black wool. I don't need the campfires. We're going to go just a little bit different. Not the color I need. I think they're the invisible item frames. They are. Okay, next thing we're going to run. Nope, not what I need. Right, 2 guesses what happened there. And in fact, I probably should put a bit of red on this side too, shouldn't I? So not everybody got to escape. All right, now time to mossify things up and put some normal vines on, which are there. And I have my mossy blocks. I do. I have my cracked blocks. I do. But I think we're going to call it here soon for the first part and hop across to the hardcore super flat and see how that's been going. That's actually turned out better than I thought. I like that. Well, I mean, if we could take the colour darker, I would. We'll see it's been damaged to bricks in the process of everything going to poo. I didn't knock those windows out, did I? were to you two? So clearly there was, where there's broken glass, it was damage to the building infrastructure. Yeah, to you too. It would have obviously damaged the door frame as it was pulled down. I like that. It's a little bit of a secret out the back. All right. Going to move it across now to the super flat. Oh, this needed damaging too. Now, I did use pale oak before. I think I'll go mangrove roots now. I mean, I probably just I suppose I could put damage to the stone walls as well, but I mean they're damaged, but they're not knocked down. In fact, I slab that. Overstay, I do, just in case. What happens if I take that out? Does that flood? It does flood. Not what I wanted to see. I might not have the ability to put leaf litter in the bottom of the fountain, but I can put mangrove roots. And put the occasional coarse dirt. And there's probably a couple of holes knocked in these as well. Yeah. We'll pull that down to proper ground level at some point. That is, I think, looks really good. All right, I'm going to finish making a mess of it next week. Let's have a quick look. I mean, it still looks pretty intact on, well, somewhat intact. It raises questions about why this place was attacked. And then you come out the back and find that. Yeah, okay, so I got a little bit more terrain leveling and modification in the area around it. But it's supposed to put in some like farmland as well, which is clearly going to be overgrown. And then find a way to get a path from the front here down to connect to the path down there. I'm almost thinking it'd be like a pilgrimage type path, because it's at the top of a plateau. You're going to take a winding gravel and cobble path all the way up here. Anyway, so I'll drop in there. I'll swap across to the hardcore and be right back. In fact, I forgot to do one thing before we come in. I can now just double check that this doesn't go kablooey. Oh, good idea there, Kayada. I'm going to have to save today's chat log. Okay, that can go away. All right, save a bit of computer memory. All right. Back in we come. Okay, so for people who haven't caught the super flat last week, we had the beginning of the trading hall in place, and we started with a few trees. In the intervening period, we've been able to get 2 wandering traders show up. The first one gave us birch saplings. The second one gave us cherry, spruce, and acacia. So now we have a decent range of tree types available to us. We also then did work on our small animal farm that we had here, and each of these fenced-in zones, the square and rectangle zones, is a slime chunk based on the mini-map, which is where the slime chunks are shown, which makes moving around the area much safer. The other thing I'd gotten to last week was I'd started to trap zombies for the iron farm. So we have an iron farm running as well. I added in a mob dropper. And today I just moved my sheep collection, my animal collection out a bit further out so that I can get all the different sheep colours in. Move around, show everyone what's going on. So we've got our cobble generator down there. Whole bunch of cats. Got an automated composter, bone meal collector down there. Got our 1 paddock. Got our horse. Hello, baby kitty. Lots of kitties. Now this is proper hardcore, so I can't fly up and show people what it looks like. We have our iron farm here, which is actually producing a decent range of iron. So if we hop down here, we see our 3 villagers on their beds. Stick a head around the corner, got our zombie in a boat. And if we come down this way, we got some backup zombies in a boat. And so the idea is that it's based on a design by ENX04. The setup of the trapdoors and the slabs in relation to the beds and the zombie means that they will break line of sight using the trapdoor, allow them to sleep, which will reset the iron golem count. Let me just take those. And so what we have up here is a 16 by 16 box with a top slab, floor, and a bunch of hoppers now that I've got my iron running. And then these plank blocks are floating 3 blocks up, evenly spaced throughout. And the idea is that the iron golem is tick over 2 blocks tall, can't spawn into the block, tries to spawn between the gaps, is too wide, and therefore takes damage off the blocks, the entire area. 16 by 16 is the spawn radius, or spawn area, for an iron golem based on the feet location of the bed. So there you go, there he's spawned in, he's too wide, he takes damage, and then basically it all washes down into the hopper chain and down to my double chest. So generating tons of iron out of that. I've got to pretty it up at some point. Built a pretty standard dropper, mob dropper. Generating some decent drops at the moment. I'm contemplating putting a campfire in to just auto kill everything coming down and collect. I'm not that interested necessarily in the drops because I'm getting decent pickups from my trading hall. I'm also not that interested in the XP because what's XP going to do for me? And I got to pretty this up as well because it was just the dropper on a stick. It'll light up all the areas and stuff. Got tons of kitties, which keep the creepers away. Doesn't help the zombies though. And I'm prettying up the trading hall. So heading into the trading hall, got a bunch of storage. Currently making some more charcoal at the moment. Come in. Now, because this is a super fat, you've only got 3 levels between ground level and bedrock, so it's a bit hard to make standard farms and things like that. I don't have any glass. There's no sand. I can get sand from a wandering trader, but no sand trades yet. I can get glass from a librarian trade though, so we will hopefully get that. And then cartographer trades will buy glass as well. So carrot-based breeding facility. And the trading hall is upstairs from the breeding facility. So basically they flood down and then come up the stairs when I let them. And then each floor up above has 12 villages per section, 24 villages per floor. So 4 fletchers, 4 clerics, 4 toolsmiths. And we're getting good trades in like Silk Touch Unbreaking. You haven't done your trade yet. Silk Touch Efficiency Unbreaking. You haven't leveled up yet. Level 1 swords like... No, not you. Was it you? Yeah, Smite 2, Fire Aspect 1, Looting 1, Unbreaking 2. Well, why bother trying for something better at that point? I haven't put my butchers into trade just yet. Then upstairs on the current level that I'm fleshing out, we've got our farmers, our fishermen, our leather workers, and it's going to be cartographers and shepherds, and the beginning of our stonemasons. And the next floor up is going to be stonemasons and librarians, which are the stonemasons and librarians, which are the traders I have yet to fulfill. And based on the fact it's super flat and what I do and don't have access to, I need to generate a lot of stonemasons because they will offer terracotta trades. So I need to get basically 16 of those set up at some point. And the librarians, obviously, because they have enchanted books. And I'm in the process of prettying this up as well. Obviously, we now get Podzol, courtesy of our giant spruce that we've got growing in. We've deactivated one slime chunk with carpets. We're looking for green sheep or green dye from a wandering trader. In terms of the mini-map, the white dots are iron golems when they spawn in. And hopefully we're going to see a wandering trader tonight. There'll be a light blue dot. If I take my horse for a ride... Hello, baby kitty. I obviously can't get gold. I can get, well, I get gold items coming out of the mob dropper occasionally, but not much, not to speak of, so to speak. I take the lead off? I did. Why are there mobs out here? Yes, okay, so I've managed to find a black sheep. I found 2 dark grey sheep. I found a brown sheep and 2 light grey sheeps. Sheepies, multiple sheep. I've dyed red sheep, I've dyed blue sheep, and I've dyed yellow sheep. So between these now, I have the ability, so black, grey, light grey, white, red, blue. So red, I can get orange, I can get pink. The only colour I can't get yet is green. So once I get the green sheep in, if I find one, then we're good. We'll be good for all sheep colours. And either that or moss. If I can get moss blocks in, I can then carpet these chunks and make them look nice and pretty, take the fencing out. I've tidied up some of my tree farms. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go for a ride, because I want... I'll go south. I haven't been south. I'm looking for sheep of various colours. I don't know that I've seen a green sheep spawn in at all. Okay, a bunch of chickens. So I'm not really caring about donkey. I could take a donkey back, but I mean, now that I've got Silk Touch on a pick and an axe, I can always go and pick up windows from villages. They can, and if it's going to do that, I need, so they can trade green dye and cacti. However, they will also need a sand trade, because I can't grow, obviously can't grow cacti without sand. And so I've got this plan, a slow plan, to get every possible block top I can. I'm not going to be able to get copper. Once I get into the nether, now I'll need either to find obsidian or get 10 lava. I've got enough iron to make buckets, that's not a problem. I've just got to find enough smiths in the world. Now, the other thing to do is the wandering trader can and does trade, what's the word for it? Dripstone. So I can make a lava farm. However, and I've got a bucket of lava sitting in the chest, one of my chests, waiting for that opportunity. I've got enough iron for buckets and cauldrons and things like that. But I can make more lava, and of course if I get into the nether I can make lots more lava. And if I get into the nether I can get gold, I can get quartz, which will help with automating building redstone devices. I can trade for redstone. So yeah, ultimately what I'll be lacking is copper. And diorite and andesite and deep slate. You can't get those at all, as far as I'm aware. No one will trade for it, and you can't find it obviously in the world. However, please be a green sheep. Nope, you're just a white sheep. So you get dyes. You can don't think I've been to either of those places. You can bone meal the ground and get a variety of flowers, but obviously none of them will give you green. So like I said, I can do every wool type now except for green. But I'm not too interested necessarily in what these places have to offer. Like, I got plenty of lecterns. I can trade up for books and everything else. So you're pretty quick. You're not great for jumping. You're good at jumping. You're not very quick. I got sheep of those colours already. Like, more lecterns and things. Like, I can trade now for bookcases and books. And, I mean, I wouldn't mind getting sugarcane, but ultimately beyond that, there's not much else. Go west. And the other thing too, while I'm out and about here, riding around, is looking for the stronghold, end stronghold. Okay, well, I keep calling it a fortress. You guys are fast, but you're not very good at jumping. It will exist, like you'll see it up in the sky when it appears. So I can get to the end. I can technically beat the game. The nether, once I get to it, is completely normal. So I can therefore get blaze rods to fill in the portal, the end portal. Alright, you guys... Now, the other thing I can look for is leather workers. Leather workers... Well, their chests will sometimes have interesting items, which I'm after. I mean, I can pull these places down. They get me terracotta. They have clay, and obviously stone cutters. And in fact, I could go do that, couldn't I? There's two of them. How are you looking, Mr. Horse? You're pretty average. Use me for half a second. Gimme. What have I put in there? I had leads in there, didn't I? I get plenty of cats and stuff as well. I can't get dogs. I can't get wolves. Wolves will not appear because obviously it's not a spruce biome of either sort. And I don't know about snow. I don't know whether I can get a bucket of snow from a wandering trader. I think it's possible. But I'm not sure whether it's possible to get a snowman and therefore repeat snow. But these stone cutters, I mean, I can make my own stone cutters as well because I have plenty of iron. And I just need to remember, obviously can't get coal, but I can get charcoal, so that's half the problem. And with the amount of iron I'm getting, yeah, lanterns all day long. Hey, cows, I'm not interested. So my early iron gathering was to hang around and wait for the iron golems to get beaten up. At which point I then swept in bravely and picked up their guts. Which gave me a start on my iron. What are you? You're pretty average. Okay, there's one to the northwest there. Ow. So I'm looking at, now that I've got my animals separated and sorted out, potentially building an automated chicken grinder, but the designs that worked previously, I think, broke in 121.11, I think, and so I've stayed broken since. I'll need to double check. I haven't had the chance to really get in and have a look. See, I could take 2 lava out of here. If I get into the nether, there's going to be plenty of lava in the nether. What do these guys have? See, I don't need iron anymore. I got grindstones. There's 2 lava there. Ooh, diamond. I did not know that it was possible to get diamonds from... I didn't know that they were a viable treasure on the treasure table. Well, there you go. The more you learn. Okay, I got plenty of saddles. I got leather. I'm making... I mean, I got plenty of leather I can make. I'm not in a hurry in that regard. We'll take the bundle though. Bundles are good. Yeah, take a saddle. Check map. Okay, I've been there. There's one to the south. But again, I'm just interested in sheep. Now, I got ferns as well from the second wandering trader. But I don't think that it's possible to duplicate them in any way, shape or form. The other thing too is, even if I get sand, I can technically build a sand duplicator using the end portal, but I don't want to be necessarily using duplicators in this world, or in this playthrough. I can get witches, so there's splash potions of weakness, and zombies, so I can potentially cure villagers and get better trades, but I don't have enough gold. Gold is very much a shortfall at the moment. What do we got? There's sheep off that way. Nothing there. Same goes for kitty cats. I got plenty of kitty cats hanging around base. They all showed up after I started getting villagers move in. More so once the beds went down. Ooh, spring. Spring is hard to come by. What about you? What did you do? Someone's got a good jump, low speed. I've got, like I said, I've got all the other job sites as well. Ultimately, I'm hanging out waiting for green. Somehow. Ah, see, there you go. Up in the sky. We have one by Stronghold, which has already made the journey well worth the effort. And if I want to waste valuable resources breeding you guys, I only get 2 horses with very good criteria. That's actually pretty decent. So there's lots of bookcases. I'm going to be having a lot of fun up there when I do eventually get up there. Nope. Okay, so what do we got? We got actually a pretty decent generation. So there's lots of, careful of slimes, lots of cobwebs. I don't believe so. I mean, here's the problem. We're at minus 60. So the reason the end stronghold appears is because generally they're buried pretty deep. Well, I'm 3 blocks up from bedrock, so my stronghold will spawn. Now, I don't know whether ruin portals and trial chambers will spawn. Theoretically, they probably should, but I just don't know how far up in the sky they are. If it's possible. That's actually pretty decent. Lots of iron. Again, not that I need it. There's the chamber. 2 libraries. Not that I'm really hurting for books. Okay, let me put down a create waypoint and stronghold. Okay, what else have we got? We got anything around us? So, no greens. So we may as well loop back. But to be honest, I don't know how often like green sheep spawns. I don't think I've ever, I don't recall seeing one. No, pink sheep were pretty hard to find. There's a village just there. So, I mean, potentially, but the issue is we're at minus 60. So, I mean, the fact we even get villages is a good thing. I did read that you're supposed to eventually, well, you are supposed to get fishing huts in these villages on the super flat world, but at the end of the day, I've yet to see one. They're supposed to be in the spawning tables for it. I just have never seen one appear. But that's okay. I mean, the job site for a fisherman is a barrel, so that's easy enough to generate. So there you go, and green wouldn't be one of them. So yeah, I'm reliant on a wandering trader. Because none of the job sites, none of the traders that you can breed or give job sites to sell dye. They sell, you can find, I mean, they will sell me green wool eventually, but they won't sell me green dye. They'll buy green dye off me. And the other thing I want is bamboo, so I can more efficiently create my what am I trying to think of? So I can automate my furnace arrays. Actually build a furnace array, but can't do that just yet. I'll just clear up this little part of the map and go back and just do normal standard breeding. And I mean, the only reason I'd be building a pig crusher or a cow crusher would be specifically for generating enough meat for the butchers, but I'm getting enough XP and everything else coming in through trading and the mob dropper and everything else that it's not really that essential. And now that I've got an end portal, well, ender eyes is what I need. Don't need end pearl. Don't need pearls. I don't think though that they're going to generate. I mean, in terms of resource gathering, I wouldn't mind getting into the nether. I mean, I'm going to get enchanted gear through my traders anyway. I'll get diamond gear, I'll get iron gear. Ultimately, with enough librarians, I don't need to worry about an enchanting table. Okay, how... Explain. I can generate name tags. How? I mean, you get name tags from librarian trades, I think, still. You also can get name tags from the wandering trader, and I believe there is a recipe for them nowadays as well. But how do you get green wool from that? Unless you mean about, calling the sheep Jeb. That's an idea. I don't think I have any name tags in the chests at the moment. I'll go double check. But there is, well, I won't sit in that menu just yet. I'll head back to base. You can find them in in the chests out and about in the world, though. That's how I got them previously. And that's how I got the green carpet currently got, was I found it out and about. Yes, you are. I'll have to... In fact, there's somebody I'd been bugging for the last day or so, trying to work out what the options were for getting green dye or green wool, green sheep, and we're going through like the cactus and dye trade, etc. Because ultimately, green dye would work. I don't need the cactus for anything else. I mean, I can XP farm it, but again, what do I need XP for? And in fact, I reckon with what I've got, and obviously with the trades I'll be doing, I will have enough to actually beat the game. I can do my ENXO4's safe ended dragon cycle, and beat the game that way once I get good gear up. Okay, let's sleep. Yes, little kitty, I hear you. You're all the way over there and you're very noisy. You're very noisy for a little kitty. Okay, so name tags. You go paper and a nugget. So I have nuggets. I don't have paper. But if I get... see, I've got maps. I traded out my paper to make the 2 remaining cartography tables that I had. I mean, I've got... So the cats that have been running around, I get rabbit's foots, rabbit's hides, some string. Other bits and pieces, I'll put that string in there too. I'll put those ingots. In fact, I'll go trade my ingots. Another saddle in, not that I need it. So, I mean, iron is not a problem now. This is actually the first time I've had a decent iron farm anywhere. Diamond, you can go in there. And you guys can come upstairs. But yeah, I've got a whole bunch of axes because that's what I needed to trade a toolsmith up. And I'm a little bit afraid to trade out too many of my emeralds, because that will, having a decent stack of emeralds is good for when the wandering trader does show up. He's not anywhere around at the moment. I was going to talk to you. No. You? Yes, you. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. A diamond hoe. Good job. I mean, you look at what these guys are offering, and you're offering me a diamond hoe. I'm going to make an item frame. Alright, I'm going to buy lots of axes from you. At least I got 10 more. I suppose I could trade out the rest of that bunch of iron. I don't need it. Oh, you've leveled up. And taken the rest of my iron. Diamond shovel, diamond axe. See, your iron pickaxe is far better. I'll come back and trade more iron with you. Alright, add those in. Okay, why was I hanging onto those oak logs for? Hanging onto them for a reason. Just don't know what that reason was. Alright, this one is awaiting my next cartographers. So these guys are all in. So yeah, get the cartographers in, get my shepherds in, and then start on my stonemasons. Alright, upstairs, go. Alright, so, although, based on last week's effort, Kaida, you like the reverse, well, that's going to have a lot of saplings, the reverse wandering trader whisperer. Okay. I was going to take a bunch of wheat and go do some breeding. And actually, first things first was make some more stone blocks. Yeah, the other thing too is that I can make is an auto crafter and things like that, but I need what's the word for it? Quartz. So I need to go into the nether for that as well. But I'm going to put in fact, let me just, I'm going to make this, I'm going to make a storage hall. Whoops. I'm going to make a storage hall there. I'm going to make a crafting hall there. And I'm going to make my house down there. Tree farm and everything else. Animals, storage, yep. Now, wandering traders also give you packed ice as well, but I don't know how you duplicate that. What's it going to do? It's going this way. I'm missing, in terms of trees, I'm missing dark oak, I'm missing mangrove, I'm missing pale oak. Pale oak, mangrove, dark oak, jungle. Yeah, and okay, and azalea. But azalea is oak timber, but I want the flowers. Okay, Mr. Sheeps. Alright, we're going to move you guys around. Alright, you, come on, how'd you get? Come on, you two, out. I'm going to move you guys down here out of the way for now. Because I'm going to go move my black sheep across. Come on. Do you have to do this? Wait, back here. Hey, Baba Red Sheep, you come with me. Come on. Wait, wakey wakey. Alright, you guys are out. Now, if I remember, I actually got to pick it up. You. Down here. You, this way. Come on. You hang out there. You with me. You hang out there. And so, because I don't get green, I can't make lime either. Okay, so black sheep with me. Down here. Keeping all you like-coloured sheep together. Yes, so yeah, so there's obviously three colours I'm restricted from being able to create because I don't get green. Yet. We still have time tonight. I haven't seen a wandering trader today though, so we've got a reasonable amount of time since I've had the last one, so we should technically be in the ballpark to generate a trader. Okay, light grey. Down there. So brown is obviously another one of those unique colours that you've got to be lucky to generate. Now, obviously, if I'm lucky, I can breed another brown sheep. And same with another black sheep. So, black, dark grey, white, white, black, dark grey, light grey. Should move the brown across because he doesn't actually generate another sheep colour. It. Yeah, no, you're my breeding team. You hang it out here. You are being used to generate different colours. Run back before it gets too dark. Baby zombie. Armoured baby zombie. Creeper. Kitty cat, do your job. Yeah, I was out there too late. I gotta wait. What did I do with my torches? Did I use them all up? I must have used them up. Oh, hang on. They're up here. Oh, joy. Where are you? You better not be picking something up. Yeah, so the thing is, sometimes it'll take, as you saw last week, hours on hours on hours on hours, and not show up, and then they'll show up real quick. So hopefully it's not too bad. Now, if you irritate me, you're going to go stabbed full of holes wherever you've gone. Now, I should have the data pack, which stops them from picking things up. Okay, nugs and lanterns. Okay, all those bad guys have disappeared. I'll make this place nice and bright. Okay, so blue sheep and white sheep will give me light blue sheep. Alright, so... In fact, there's plenty of reds to... Actually, I need to move my blue ones over this side. you, and you. Make a baby one. You, come here. We're coming in here. Yoink. 5 minutes cooldown. Give me a black sheep. Give me a black sheep. Oh, perfect. Yay. Alright, 2 white, 2 black, 2 dark grey, 2 light grey, 1 brown. Okay. 2 from 2. 2 from 2. You're on the wrong side of the fence, you idiot. Two from 2. Alright, so we have 2 of each. Yeah, lots of you guys. Got 1 of you guys. And then we'll be making a bunch of you guys in a minute. That's what I was doing. I was just trying to burn through these axes. So, let's go randomly chop things down. Now, I did work out a stone axe to get me about 90 logs from being a brand new, which it is right now. What I'll do is I'm going to head out there and chop down one of those big trees. Past 2, about 3 to 4 hours of useful time. Kitty grew up. Alright, toss those in there. Bring those in there. I don't really care about them right now. You look like a good candidate. Okay, so 0 spruce logs in at the moment. And that gives me 89. And for about 3/4 use. In fact, what I should do is I should go chop down another one. And of course, lots of spruce logs makes for excellent makes for an excellent fletching trade. You would think of the word sooner or later. And the next toolsmith that needs to level up will also be offering an axe trade. So can't fit any more in. That's a decent. I got rid of the oak already, didn't I? I did. 2, 3, 4, 5. So my trade Fletcher trades have traditionally been for standard Fletchers, not de-zombified Fletchers. 4 giant spruce, enough to produce 4 stacks of spruce logs, which then convert into enough sticks to get 16 emeralds, so max out their stick trade. And 4 of those will, across 4 Fletchers, will get you a stack of emeralds every time. So basically every time the tree grows, provided your Fletchers have reset their trades, you will get your you'll get a full stack of emeralds. So you're going to be well ahead of the curve. In fact, what I might do is I'm going to go trade for that and get my emeralds up. Have enough room. There's another axe. I didn't see that one. In fact, I'll put my fishing rod away. I don't need that right now. Haven't got any treasure out of the fishing yet. Bare bed. In fact, I should probably move those. Let's go max out our trades. You guys have moved up in the world. You're not there anymore. You've moved up. You're right there. Come on. In. Oh, there's one in there already. Didn't see you there before, did I? No. Means I got 3. Don't come out. Go down. Whatever. Alright, so we're going to go planks, sticks, and then trade. And there we go, maxed out. Alrighty, next one. Turn it to planks. Turn it to sticks. And max out your trade. Oh, g'day everybody. Welcome aboard for everyone from Zephodius. Busy in a super flat hardcore world at the moment. Welcome aboard everyone. I'm hoping Zephodius said lots of mean and nasty things about me. I am an Australian variety streamer. Currently streaming from my Minecraft SMP world tonight. Do a variety of streams during the week for a variety of different things. At the moment, sorry, I was on the SMP world. Currently doing a super flat hardcore world because I like the idea of torture. So yeah, actually doing not too bad at the moment. I've got myself some traders up and running. I've got a trading hall. I've got an iron farm. I've got mob droppers. I've got all sorts of stuff going on. So yeah, I don't just stream Minecraft. I did start out streaming Minecraft. Sunday night, I'm streaming a bunch of shorter, generally PS Plus games from the PlayStation 4. Next week, so tomorrow, should be Axiom Verge 2. Monday night, I'm working my way through the... How did you run? Oh, I got a full stack of emeralds. Monday night, I'm working my way through the Mass Effect series, currently deep in Mass Effect 2. Wednesday night is my RPG night, and I'm currently working my way through Pillars of Eternity 2, Deadfire. Making really good progress there. Then Friday night is another PlayStation 3 stream. Currently looking at Siberia 2. I stream 9 PM to midnight-ish. Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. Saturday streams tend to kick out just a bit longer, which is, I guess, tonight. Why are you two standing there? Go to your trading home. No, get back upstairs. And you deserve to be over there. How did you get stuck there? Up. Get up the stairs. Get up the stairs. Up. Up. Stay. Yeah, so busy working with all sorts of stuff. So, I'm sure most people understand hardcore Minecraft. And most people have seen a super flat world. Now, bolt the two together, and you get a hardcore super flat. And, I mean, we've done a pretty good job. I've started shutting down slime chunks. I've started out with a little more than a handful of oak trees, and now I've got a cobble generator down there. I've got an automated bone meal collector down there. A tiny little farm, iron farm, mob dropper, obviously breeding facility and trading halls, and busy making them pretty. I've been fortunate enough to have a couple of wandering traders that have given me spruce, acacia, birch, and cherry saplings to pretty the place up. And the rest of it has been exploration, good fortune, finding. So I get villagers, been making my own leads, lots of string, all that sort of stuff. What's the goal of this? Well, I do have an end stronghold, which has spawned in. Now, obviously, because we're at minus 60, they do show up, but apparently only one per super flat world. Once I get my cleric trades leveled up, I should be able to get plenty of ender pearls. I'm hoping that with further exploration, I'll find some more smiths, because they occasionally have obsidian in their treasure chests. Failing that, if I find 10 lava, I can make my own nether portal. Failing that, if I get dripstone from a wandering trader, then I can make a lava farm, a lava generator, and build my own portal that way, which is the preferred option. But wandering traders have been few and far between. There's the thunderstorm. Thunderstorms are bad when everything's made out of timber. All things burn. So yeah, busy working my way through all of that at the moment. Currently trying to burn a bunch of stone axes so I can level up a toolsmith. I'm also busy trying to... Why are there two creepers down there? Go away. Also busy trying to get all my sheep colours in. Problem being, green dye does not exist. You can trade for it with a wandering trader if they have it. Potentially they'll also have cactus for you, which is good. But you're also then relying on them to have sand, not sugar. As was pointed out by one of my other viewers, if I had a brain name tag, I could name a sheep Jeb and time shearing of it to get green wool. But I'd prefer either to get dye an available sheep, or cactus, and go from there. So yeah, it's been not the first hardcore what I've tried. I want to keep this going for as long as possible, get as much built into the world as I can. But to do that, I need resources. Now, being super flat, all you've got is 3 layers of dirt and bedrock. So cobble is either by tearing down a village or a cobble gen, which I now have, and various timbers and stuff. So we should be able to get all the overworld timbers. Again, you trade for saplings from wandering traders. I can't get diorite, granite, or andesite. I can make my various stones though, normal stone. I can't generate sand, so sandstone kind of missing. I can get terracotta from a stonemason in the higher level trades. So at some point I'll be able to have all 16 types of terracotta. I can get glass from a librarian, and with dyes make coloured glass. So there's a lot of things I can do to build. And I've got silk touch on a couple of tools now, courtesy of some high level trades, which means I can go and pull apart a village and get glass windows and stuff that way. Alright, you and you. Little guy, come here. Alright, now we have 2 light blue sheep. Come on, in you come. In. There we go. Get back in there. Okay, dark blue, light blue. We can't do cyan because I need green. I found a brown sheep. I've now got 2 brown sheep. I've got light grey, dark grey, black, white, yellow, and obviously red and blue. In fact, now that I've done that, Mr. Blue Sheep, you can go and join your buddies. Get back here. Wait, you, back. Okay, so now I've got plenty of reds and yellows and whites and blues. I can make up the various pinks and magentas and oranges and whatever else. These guys are pretty much done, pending cyan, and obviously I'll get a green sheep at some point. Contemplating whether I need a cow crusher or a pig crusher or a chicken cooker. Ultimately, I'm not going anywhere. I mean, I'll be building out the map, but there's no real push for XP or anything like that. All my villages are safe. It's like, well, everything is all nice and good. The other thing too for the new viewers, I'm a platinum hunter when I'm playing PlayStation games, which is most of the week. So yeah, slowly work my way through that. Really chilled and laid back. I'm sure the VODs has probably explained that along the way. In fact, I don't know. What were you playing, Zephodius? Or what were you streaming? Right, these guys are going to give me lots of saplings. You can't get mushrooms. You can find mushrooms and you can trade for mushrooms. You can't bone meal podzol. But I got podzol, so it means if I get mushrooms, I can grow them. And when I get into the nether, then I see I can get netherite, netherrack, and what's the one I was trying to say? I can make I can get gold and quartz as well. So I can get a decent amount of gear once I get into the nether. But to do that, I need either enough lava or obsidian, like to make obsidian, or obsidian directly. The other thing too is because there's no gravel, you can't make a flint and steel. In fact, I should be about ready to go and trade my next set of axes. And then do a bit of building. Bit of redecorating. So yeah, I had a rather bland blob of a building to begin with, but now I've got more timber types and more reliable sources of charcoal and everything else. Everything looks a lot prettier. Okay, I want to keep 1, 2, 3, 4. Put that away, put that away, put that away. We should... Yes, wow. We put away my emerald supplies upstairs for trading purposes. Yes, I thought I told you to be on the other side. You're not very good at following instructions, are you? You're going to be annoying in a minute's time. Get up the stairs. Alright, one of you, down there. Get in the end. That makes life easy. Alright, my last. In you come. Don't be shy. Yes, I know you grew up. Come on, down here. You got friends. Well, of a sort. Okay, that means time to put a loom. That's not a loom. Okay, so I got my 4 cartographers in, I get my 4 shepherds in, and then set to work on my stonemasons and librarians. What's that? Come on, in you get. In you get. In you get. There's your job. Go. Alright, next. Alright, I haven't secured the trades yet. That's fine. One loom. 2 loom. Right, there should be another growing up downstairs. Yeah, those gates are shut. Let's go downstairs and have a look. Nope. When do you grow up? Pretty soon. That was that one. Close that out. No, I was going to go and trade my sticks. That's right. Put those in there so I don't accidentally trade them. Alright, what are you going to regenerate as? A master? No, you're only an expert. Okay, power 2 and breaking 2. No, not bad, not bad. Okay, let me get my stick trade. Did you regenerate? Are you able to? You are. Lucky me. What's your bow and arrow look like? Power 2 and breaking 2. Yeah, that's pretty standard. Hey, generate sticks. Already an expert. How many trades do you want to give me? Ah, right, okay, fair enough. Alright, I got my full stack. Yeah, you maxed out, you maxed out, you maxed out. And given I have an iron farm, I can quite happily come in and trade these iron trades that they want without too much hassle. And one more. And level up. Yep. Okay, so basically go and chop down a whole bunch of oak. Up the stairs, come on. Got a job site for you. And I'll need need a bunch of cobble. Alright, you just go upstairs and deal with your stuff. I will be back. Time to burn through these axes. In fact, what I can do, given that they have an attack element, I'll go use them in the mob grinder, mob dropper. I was thinking of putting like a campfire down to, you know, auto kill when I'm not there. But yeah, this will do. I don't know why there's mud. There's no mud anywhere. And you got to work on fixing all these up using... Yeah, man. I mean, I can put another couple of levels on. That'll probably help too. Definitely kill the upper levels. The mobs from the upper levels will definitely die from the drop. Suppose if I do a storage hall over there, I could do an auto collection system. That'll work. I haven't seen too many baby zombies drop down yet. Oh, come on, you could have given me the enchanted bow. Yeah, come back to that. What am I going to do with this 8 planks? That's right, I was going to go up there and do some building. Alright, still no wandering trader. Should have shut that gate. Yes, I should have. No, you go that way. Alright, those guys set up for whoever we're putting next. Alright, 2 of them. Alright guys, you're going to have to excuse me while I go climb out of the top of here. Come around and basically dig out all of these. And we're replacing the stone brick. Moving it out 1 row. To make things a bit more visually appealing. Helps if I don't fall off. Right, so that corner's done, the other corner's done. Goodbye roast chicken. Hello, baked potato. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. One, two, three. 1, 1, 2, 3. I think I have to go all the way down for this one. Yep, you're going okay. Wait a sec. So wandering traders on my minimap have a different colour. However, that's an iron golem, not a wandering trader. So come back over here. Okay, now I should go make more lanterns, because I do use them to make each of the floors more visible. Actually, no, that guy does not. Get back in your hole. Get back in your hole. That was my mistake. Get in your... Man. Fisherman. Fisherman, man. Get in your... We're going to do this the hard way, aren't we? Hmm? We're going to go about this the hard way. Wrong side. Back in your hole. Done. I knew there was a reason I had that one filled in. Alright, you guys are good. You guys are good. I got... another warning trader to bring up. Yeah, did I have a stick trade? No, I didn't. You're only a kid. In fact, there's 2 kids. You guys will be big enough sooner or later. Alright, let's burn these axes. Yes, morale. Alright, that was a good one. Let's do the next one. Okay, so I've fixed up the corners now on each of those. I should be able to dig those out. Stone brick, replace them. This one's a bit harder. Probably can do it from the inside. And then I'll be able to put in windows when I get my glass trades up and running. Still a few... I see a few villages short of getting to that point. We're getting a stack of emeralds every time I go in. It's not too much of an issue. Okay, so blend those two together. Oh, hang on. Which will give me another axe that's partially good. Okay, that's enough for another stack of emeralds. And in fact, I could probably put another stack of charcoal courtesy of all this. Take that, make another stack over here. Now we're going for bad guys. Couple of creepers. Sneaky, sneaky. We'll come grab our iron and look at making a bunch of lanterns. Well, we got almost 2 stacks. How many sticks do we have? Let's make 40. It's just 30. 10, that's 80. Not quite enough. 38. Alright, let's go put a whole bunch of these out. The other thing we've got to work on too is building up our cobble supplies again. Still got plenty of axes, got to burn through those. A couple of those would be good. You guys down here should be all nice and safe. And once I finish getting all your colours mixed, I should have 3 empty slots for green, lime, and cyan. Right, that's a very bright animal farm. I didn't put the spare iron away, did I? No. But I can trade it off. Come back to that. Well, clearly 2 legs good, 4 legs bad. Quite clearly. I mean, except the chickens. They're bad too. But yes, definitely more equal. How are these guys going? Still littlies? When do you guys get big? Yeah, it doesn't matter. You guys have all been lanterned up. Yes. Yes. Did I get your trade up? I did. Come on. Another diamond hoe. Unbreaking 2. It's not too bad. I've seen better. Tempted just to push everyone out. You're a journey. Get you guys up. Okay, yeah, well I could sell the 1 diamond I've got for 1 emerald. Don't think I'll be doing that though. I mean, you have the best trade there. Again, sucky. Yeah, somebody else will have an iron trade. I think these guys end up with an iron trade eventually. I just don't need to buy enough armor at the moment. Oh, my gear's still good. I suppose I could go and break it down. No, I didn't have anything for you guys. And nothing for you guys. Nothing for you guys at the moment. Leave that open. These guys should come upstairs in a minute. Well, that's what I was going to do. I was going to lantern these guys up. There's going to be 1, 2, 1, 2, 3 on that side, then another 2 more. Right, that should be enough to get you guys through. Did these guys renew their trades? Alright. 3 stacks is good. Still don't see a wandering trader yet, but that's okay. We'll keep pushing on for a bit longer. Used up a good supply of lanterns. In fact, we're going to be pretty close to... How did I just end up with a bog standard iron pick? Don't know. Gonna use it up though. Okay. What else can I do in the next 30 minutes of game cycle? In seconds. Another bunch of XP. We cut these trees down. Actually, I don't need the cob. Well, I will if I go up there. I don't need it now though. Gonna have to come back and have to actually make brew stores at some point. You guys aren't keeping these creepers away very well, are you? Hmm? One job. One job. I mean, once I get to the point we have a strong terracotta trade, we're gonna be burning through our emeralds pretty quick at that point. That one. Okay, blend those two. Blend those two. All right, we're getting there. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's definitely enough to generate a Another stack of emeralds. Alrighty, next up is keep working on those. We don't have a lot of acacia saplings, got tons of the other ones. Can go work the acacia trees. It's only 11 o'clock, we can do that. And the sheep should be ready to breed again. Should. Let me get some. Alright, let's keep cleaning these guys. Fuck that sapling fell all the way in there. Yeah, I wasn't so interested about the timber. We already had stacks of the timber. I was far more interested in the new saplings, renewed saplings. Which I could go through and knock these down as well. Oh, you guys captured more acacia saplings than I was really aware of. Okay, I've got enough room to chop down that. It's probably going to tell me it's too tall, too much timber. Nah. Only two. Yeah, I dislike the really tall ones when they do that. But we will look at finishing up relatively soon. I mean, it's been a very productive evening in both maps. There we go. 2.5 axes left. There we go. Now we got enough. Nearly at the last axe. Near at the last axe. And I can go back to using my super duper axe, which has got unbreaking and still touch and everything else. Okay, so these are all good. Here's some dirt to climb up and we'll work our way through those. Okay, that was a good push. One, two, three, four. We got enough saplings out of that. We got a nice stack of acacia logs out of that. We'll take those and add them to the bone meal pile. Yeah, I got a bunch more building and stuff to do. Still no wandering trader. Nope. Right, that would be a golem. No, let's go trade sticks. Alright guys, up the stairs. Alright, let's keep going with you guys. Oh, come on. You are so close, aren't you? Oh, you did master up. You did. What do we got? Arrow of strength. You did reset your trade. Just. And you will give me 16. Oop. Regen. Power 2. Yeah, see the other guy G'day, Ash. How are you? Yeah, well, Pillars of Eternity 2. I'm in the process of finishing it, well, close to finishing it up. I've got finished up the second of the 3 DLC this last week. I've got the last, well, I've got to close out all the faction quests. We're at the turning point for all of them, and 1 or 2 quests for those. I don't know why that modded. Sorry, hang on. I need to jump out of screen here in a sec. I don't know. Let me have a look. What is the word? It did not like POA. I don't know exactly why. I just think that's funny. Yeah, you still got ridiculous load times, and in fact, I don't know. I'm innocent. Sweet and innocent me. Yeah, no, it's gameplay-wise is better. Load times, no, not any better. I am so much looking forward to finishing it, so I can move on to something else. I'm looking at, actually, after I finish PoE 2, to probably do something like nice and light, simple. I was actually thinking of like Hatterful Boyfriend or something like that. You know, one of those RPG style visual novels. Just for a bit of a cleanser before I pick up Divinity Original Sin and Pathfinder. Plus, I've got a whole bunch of JRPGs lined up as well. So yeah, tons of Wednesday nights yet to go. But yeah, for weeks there, it just felt like I wasn't getting any progress. We did the obviously the game comes with all the DLC. I maxed out all the levels, punched out all the trophies. We got the Dragonbane trophy didn't pop, which is dealt with both dragons in the main game. And I did that. Double check the save files. No, I definitely took care of the dragons. So I'm not sure whether it's going to pop after the DLC, because there were suggestions that some of the other trophies didn't pop on time, that they'd pop after the DLC. So we'll finish it off, and if that still hasn't popped, I might just do an super easy speed run to both dragons and see if that pops it. I'll be very frustrated if that stops me from getting the plat. But no, it's been fun. I don't think I'm going to play Avowed though, because it doesn't really follow on from the events of 1 or 2, and it changes obviously the gameplay style immensely. I'll be happy to put it to bed. Like I said, I got a whole bunch of other RPGs to move on to next. And besides, I'm still playing Mass Effect on Mondays. Deep in Mass Effect 2. Like really well, see, even that's been dragging too. I got caught doing because I'm doing it in insanity mode first playthrough. It's taking a lot of time because it's a cover shooter, and on insanity mode you need to use your cover, and trying to get through combat using abilities rather than ammo. Oh, it's just a little bit frustrating. It's been fun. Plus, I don't think I'm playing it efficiently, because I'm dragging Miranda into every combat I can. Because if she's responsible for me being around and she's been snarky to me on behalf of Cerberus, I can repay the favour. She can join me on every mission. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to having both of those out of the way. But funnily enough, on Fridays when I finished Siberia 2, I'm actually thinking of playing the Metal Gear Solid series on the PlayStation 3. So, Metal Gear Solid 1 never got a re-release in the HD version, in the HD pack. So I don't think it's got trophies, because it still shows as a PS1 title when you look at it. But 2, 3, and 4 definitely have it. Revengeance, I don't know if 2 has it. I know 2 was re-released with HD. I'll have to double check. Revengeance as well. So yeah, there'd be lots and lots of hours in Metal Gear Solid yet to come. So that'll be a great Monday night series. So Friday night series. What was I going to do next? Done lots of chopping down. I've done lots of trading. Go check on this iron. No, I won't look at the iron just yet. I'm going to go up here and fix up these walls. Yes. Roar. So yeah, I've been chugging along. I put my cobble away, didn't I? I need the cobble. Yeah, just chugging along, playing them and moving through. Sundays I've been churning through a bunch of shorter PS Plus titles on the PlayStation 4. So I've had some interesting games there. Games that I probably wouldn't have normally gone and found, or gone and played. And they've been interesting. Some good, some not so good. And certainly some games that, if I'd thought about it a bit harder, I most certainly would not have played. But anyway. And in fact, I've now had a little bit of brain space over the last week or so to work on my video editing, to get the next tranche of YouTube videos up and running from my original Minecraft playthroughs. So yeah, getting through that. And then once that's done, I can actually look at the stream recordings I've got that I can then upload or process and upload. So yeah, that'll be at an appropriate point in time. Still no wandering trader. Come on. Yes, meow. Little. What are you guys doing there? My bow is in my chest. It's a bit rude to have a armoured skelly on a spider. I was only out of bed for 15 minutes. Let's go with the mod dropper then. Hooray! How did that zombie land with full health? Well, not just full health, but super full health. Alright, those guys should be out of the way soon. Alright, still what I need is this wandering trade. Where did you come from? Seriously. Like, you got less health than the guy that fell down the dropper. Any bad guys are cleared out. Go back to adding to my mob farm, my trading hall. I mean, I do need to finish building out the mob farm, the mob dropper too. Wrong one. I had my dirt tower there and I just walked straight past it. No, I do have to go around the back and fix that. We'll do that layer from the inside. Of course, knowing my luck, not going to see a wandering trader at all tonight. But I'll be back in the world tomorrow doing stuff, continuing the build out of this, probably doing some semi-AFK stuff in the cobble gen. And in doing so, I'm going to get at least one wandering trader. Now, whether he's going to be useful or not, separate question, but I should get at least one. What are you doing down there? Right, you guys are not getting substantive windows until I get glass. So that means waiting for a librarian trade. Or this useless wandering trader to show up. Okay, nice and neat there. I don't think I can put a roof on the iron farm, because if I put a roof on the iron farm, it's just going to encourage the golem to spawn on the roof. Unless I make it a bottom slab, I don't think they can split it. Well, I'm not sure. I've read that they can spawn on bottom slabs. And the other thing I might do tomorrow as well is look at campfiring the mob dropper and seeing how that goes for item pickup. But again, I'm not hurting for the items that they've got. Yeah, could hang lanterns on the outside there. Stop it from potentially spawning nasties. And I do have to expand out this fence line too at some point. And go up the top of that roof line. Then we'll hang on to those for now. Come in and grab as many harvestable items as possible. Taking some carrots and throw them at the breeding pair. I made another stack of... This one I made another stack of charcoal. Well, what I can do is I'll grab one of you, toss you in there. Time for another stack. Offload the potatoes. Probably make... See, I know the Wandering Trader sometimes trades for baked potatoes. Hence why I'm carrying them around. I don't know what else I'm going to use the beetroot seeds for, but I will take those and toss them at my breeding pair. Alright, look at the time. I think we'll finish up this last little bit of wall replacement. The other way. How did you guys get over here? You guys got tons of time. Alright, 3 guys up here. In you go. Come on, in you go. In fact, those walls, no, those exterior walls are right now because they're on, all on floor levels that have been, had a floor level attached. Because that's the cobble level. Come on, in you go. I have workspaces for 2 of you. In you... In. Next one, in your hidey hole. Come on, in you get. Come on, look, there's a job site. A fresh job site. What do you guys trade? Yeah, well, lots of walls straight up, don't you? Alright, let's put these lanterns up and go get some stone. Oh, I needed 4 more, don't I? Did I miscount? I must have miscounted. 1, 2. I did. You get out of the way, I'm not going to hit you. Now are you? Hmm? It's hard to hit you when... Oh yeah, painful. Right, good job. Stay there. It is time to set about making a bunch of stonemasons. By a bunch, I mean like a literal bunch. Oh, I had one on the floor here. Is that why I didn't count properly? Probably would be a good reason why I didn't count properly. Okay, so they're ready for the next guys to come up. You've got your job site. Which means I can take the gate out. Alright, we don't want to let the next mob come through there too fast. We've got them ready to roll. Everybody's set up. They're all set up, ready to go as well. Which then means next floor is going to be more stonemasons and librarians. Mainly librarians. You've grown up. You've got 7 minutes. Yeah, you can hang down there for a bit. Alright, that's progressing well. That's all progressing well. Still don't see a wandering trader anywhere, do I? Oh, I didn't mean to take those back out. You guys aren't masters yet, are you? No, you're still only journeyman. You're an expert. You're an expert. You're an expert. I don't know if I'm able to trade out using the iron or not, but anyway. Let's open up. That'll go up in a minute. Alright, so go around the back and have a look at the task tomorrow as well. Is to get up there, and by tomorrow I mean right now. Alright, so we're done now until we go to put the next floor on. At which point I can do that all from check safe. Do that from on top. And I'll be putting windows in and window decorations and probably even a door out the front on each level. Like a small balcony. Because the front center, so directly above the doorway, is basically, it's a hallway straight through. So each of those directly in front there is going to be available for a doorway. I'll probably put like 1 or 2 windows on each side. There'll be at least 2 windows on each side here. Again, they'll get window treatment. Pretty them up. And there'll be a couple of windows down here as well. Wait for glass for all of that. How are we going? Tempted to see the next couple of minutes. Again, I took a gate, didn't I? I shouldn't have done that. I gotta also do the sheep breeding tomorrow. Yeah, so I gotta work on trying to work out what I can do to put a roof on the iron farm. Keep working on building the exterior to the mob dropper. And keep working on trading. I mean, don't fall in. Otherwise, I've got what I need for now. All I gotta wait. Ultimately, I'm waiting on the wandering trader to show up because I can't do green, and I don't want to waste. I don't want to waste the available lava on a nether portal. If I can get a lava generator going. That said, if I go to the end stronghold, I wonder if I can pull the lava out from underneath the end portal, if that'll still function. I mean, there should potentially be a couple of lava spots in, I mean, because it's a fairly large end stronghold that showed up. Lots of library. Lots of library. Okay, so what we're going to do is, we'll hop down here. We've got, I'll put the cobble away. We're going to use just the bog standard pick. It's got silk touch efficiency 2 on breaking 2. It's going to be quite quick, that one. Okay, so we're going to go options, controls, attack, destroy, toggle, and then hit go. And let it run for a couple of minutes. And we'll see how much we get the one axe. I mean, it's probably, I don't think I've used an iron axe down here just yet. But yeah, this is what I do when I'm AFKing effectively to like 5 minutes or so to make sure I don't go into night. And in fact, this is where my wandering traders tend to show up when I'm down here gathering cobble. Now, there's one way I can work at to get the cobble without it falling into the fire, into the lava, is to push it out of the way with a piston. But in order to get an observer, I need quartz. The other thing I could try doing, and I spoke to someone about this as well, is, because I was like, how do you farm it without TNT? Well, there is an option to use creepers, but how do you get the creepers to explode safely? Safe enough to force the cobble into gravity, being a gravity block, but still not destroy it too badly. And also when we get moss, I was like, well, I don't want to be using it on dirt because it's non-renewable. Don't really want to be using it on cobble because, well, there's labour involved in getting cobble every time. The other option too is, having a creeper farm feeding into a cobble generator, which then auto farms it. But yeah, I mean, there's options out there. There's automation things to look at, which you normally wouldn't need to look at because, well, you just go and dig it up from the nearest mountain. Well, you don't have one of those in Superflat. So we're halfway through our pick. We've picked up, pick. And this is just a bog standard iron pick. Nothing special about it. Picked up almost 2 stacks. The other reason I want green carpet or green dye is to make green wool, to make green carpet, so that I can carpet the nearby slime chunks and make them safe that method, and allows me to be a bit more effective, a bit more variety in how I'm building, because at the moment each of those nearby slime chunks is fenced off. Took a fair bit of risk to do it, but at least it's made life relatively safe for me. Now I just have to worry about normal mobs. But I've got a steady emerald supply with the giant spruce and the decent iron axes that I'm getting. Yeah, a stack of emeralds every time I visit is not out of the question. And I can do that, at least once a day. I suppose that'd be the ultimate flex in a super flat hardcore world. Can't build with anything other than really cobble, dirt and timber and emerald blocks. So what they do generally is that they can modify they modify the launcher of the game to make sure that the chunks stay loaded. So the redstone will constantly... Okay, now hang on. Here's my special pick, efficiency 2 and braking 2, so it's going to be a bit faster, and silk touch. I got almost 3 stacks from the other one. Yeah, so these chunk loaders to make sure the chunks stay loaded, so that the redstone signal passing through them will go through them along along the pathway they've created. Otherwise, if the chunk was unloaded, the signal just stops at the edge of the chunk. So you can create a chunk loader to keep it chunk loaded in the basic game, or for those guys that do those things, they tend to have mods that keep chunks loaded so that they can make those. Well, yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that I remember years ago when I was doing mechanics, dynamics and statics and statics and dynamics, studying it. When I was initially being introduced to it, it was described to me that if you struggle with it, but you can understand an electric circuit, a lot of those logic systems or those problems can be physics problems can be represented with an electric circuit, and vice versa. So if you struggle to understand electric circuits, if you understand the equivalent physical components or physics problems that they represent, you can solve, or you can understand the circuit in terms of physical elements. Ultimately, with the handful of items, they're able to generate the basic logic gates, and to do so at a data rate that was acceptable. 20 ticks per second, so it's slow enough almost to be able to hand wire it. But then from there, once you've built your basic logic gates and understand signal speed and paths, you can build basically any circuit from there. And ultimately, that's what they've done, is they've then used basic circuit design theory to then develop stuff in, well, to some extent, they also needed to build that for, to be rad hardened. Some bits are, some bits aren't. I mean, I know it's a bit of a meme about, oh, it's got more memory or less memory. It's, if you've actually looked at some of that stuff, it's like, actually relatively complicated. There are dedicated circuits in the Apollo guidance computer to do dedicated tasks, which in a computer, well, you'd need a whole bunch of hardware to support the software that you to run the software that you just wrote, whereas they're able to do it in simple hardware. It's surprising that there were some things back in those days, that were easier to do in mechanical format than, or electromechanical, than in pure electronic. And there was that transition phase towards full computerization where electromechanical systems can be extremely efficient, and often they're rad hardened as well. So they you will still find them in high radiation fields, environments, as well as safety critical systems. I'm not old enough. I mean, obviously there's grey in this. I've got a bit of grey. I'm not old enough to have worked on those directly, but I did have and do have a fair bit of experience with some of those sort of systems, mainly using them and having to know them inside out. It's amazing how reliable a lot of those older things. Like I saw something on, actually on Twitter today. Today? Yes. Where they were looking at, somebody had somehow managed to power up the Seeker system on a missile from the 1980s. And people were like, oh, you could do it all in AI or use software to do X, Y, Z. No, that's not the point. The thing was built from an electromechanical system, because it had limited power availability. It needed to be rugged because it's a missile, so it wasn't going to be looked after all that well. And it needed to be, ultra reliable and low power and do certain functions. And it was a bunch of electromechanical systems. AGC, Apollo Guidance Computer. Well, there is a lady doing a Kickstarter. Unfortunately, she didn't ship to Australia, but it was the Apollo flight manuals. And I don't know if it had the breakdown. I think she'd previously done a breakdown of the guidance computer. It's one of those things where once you build it once, okay, if you go back even further, well, they use some of these sort of systems in the Apollo system as well. But inertial systems, how inertial systems work, is magic. Sometimes it's like you spin a top, and it does, and through various bits and pieces, you keep the top spinning. It will tell you where you are as you move through time and space. And it's like, how does that work? Well, inertial theory and precession and all those other bits and pieces and deviations, your acceleration, different accelerations, yada, 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 yada. A whole bunch of physics, a whole bunch of stuff. But the end result is it tells you, can't tell you exactly where you are unless you told it exactly where it was when you started. All it can tell you is how far you've moved from where you started. No, I didn't hear about that. I don't know. I'd have to look that up. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Gyroscopes are very, very good for stabilization. Still used in a lot of systems nowadays, even if they're laser ring. I mean, you got solid state gyros and whatnot in your phones, but physical gyros and whatever else, people had worked out those for inertial nav, and from there, well, there's a simple process of miniaturization and whatever else to stabilize flight and put enough fuel, point it in the right direction. Once it runs out, kaboom. So it's incredible how a lot of these systems worked. I mean, you look at the early ground mapping systems that some missiles used to use. Like, I remember reading about it. It's called the Green Book or something. But the early Tomahawks, when they were used in Iraq in 91, apparently they used a terrain following mapping system, but had to rely on key landmarks in order to navigate. And one of the landmarks that they used, apparently, was the hotel that the journalists would stay in Baghdad, because, well, that's unlikely to be damaged. So it was a known shape and size and orientation. So hence you had all that footage from 1991 from journalists videoing Tomahawks cruising overhead, because that's how they were finding their way to the targets, amongst other methods. But yeah, the idea of using ground map following is just like somebody somewhere had it's like, hey, how about we try this? And it worked. So yeah, no, there's a lot of interesting systems out there, and it's amazing too that the systems that have been retired. Like I said, I was too early to, I didn't work on stuff necessarily on the Apollo guidance system. I worked with stuff that's about that vintage. I think PDP-10. I don't think it was ever identified as such, but it was probably a PDP-10 of used systems that had panels of lights like an old Altair, and are being told, oh no, these lights don't mean anything. Yet if you stood there and looked at it long enough, and you could see when the patterns broke down, and you go, oh, right, the computer's going to fall over. And you're like, how do you know that? Well, the flashing light panel that you told me is useless is flashing in a really strange way, and lo and behold, the thing falls over. But I've used systems that had drum memory, systems that constantly wrote to mag tape as a form of memory. Not far removed from steam-powered things. But yeah, no, it's amazing how quick a lot of tech has come along. And then it's funny how even sometimes the modern tech sort of turns around and goes back to the older tech because the older tech was more reliable or has reliability in areas that the newer tech doesn't. But you've prompted me, I'm going to have to go and look that up, that Apollo guidance flight manual lady. Because she said she wasn't going to send the Kickstarters to Australia, but she was going to have. She was in the process of setting up a web store that would ship to Australia. So, yeah, I was going to go and have a look. All right, so this should lead us to. Well, it depends. It also depends on what systems you're looking at. Yes, it often is. More modern systems, you'd be surprised how poor the QA on a lot of it apparently is. The 737 MAX, for example, had a bunch of issues related to the flight control system because the software wasn't ruggedized like it should have been. I've seen systems that were apparently rugged code, but because of Murphy's Law, there was an input that no one had thought of or had understood, that when it fell out of sync was enough to take down the entire avionics system. That was an interesting case study to read. But ideally, yes. I mean, I know military systems, late Cold War systems, were built using Ada, which very few other systems used, which is like kind of like a version of Pascal. But even then, I mean, you want your flight critical stuff to be really, really, really careful. But I mean, the early Airbuses with their fly-by-wire systems had huge issues with cross-compare problems and what the pilot was expecting the system to do versus what the system was expecting to do. Well, they updated the firmware, or they updated the software on the Voyager probes, Voyager 1, a few years back to keep it running and doing things. And it's the sort of thing that, well, you're not going to know that you've done it right. I mean, there was another probe, either one of the Saturn probes or the one that went near Pluto recently. They upcode. I don't think there was a bug in it. I think they realised that they could get more out of the existing systems on board. Possibly. I saw it in a couple of YouTube videos and I was like, well, that's cool, and promptly forgot about it. But no, it was like updated it, and well, they could have bricked the entire satellite, the entire probe, but were able to get more capability out of it through basically a software reset. But no, I know the Voyager's got a software update because they were supposed to have gone dormant ages ago. But yeah, I mean, for people who are used to the idea of things being in instantaneous response or near instantaneous response. I mean, the funny thing is, in software terms, in software development and running terms, near real-time systems, a standard computer is not a near real-time system. If you ever have to deal with real-time software, their RTOSs are really super lightweight, super efficient. They can't do a huge amount of things except get signal through very, very, very quickly. So when you're dealing with things or having to deal with things that should be real time, yeah, the amount of delay in a modern OS is too much. It's like if you're trying to run DAWs, like a digital audio workstations on Linux, particularly feeding MIDI audio signals in. You need to basically run a specialized kernel to do so, or because it's not set up, well, in the general, not set up for such a rapid processing of signals. Oh, yeah, well, no, they did a whole bunch of stuff. Now, let's see. Well, that was a good amount of stacks. Well, hang on, I'm gonna go sleep before zombies bite me. Yeah, no, I was pretty sure it was they did a forced update of stuff, and it was just, yeah, the idea for some people of handling things. There's a spider. Is that a spider? Looks like a spider. Yep, you're a spider. No, still no wandering trader. The idea of dealing with a system that's remote from you and can only be done through a very narrow data channel. Well, some people find that terrifying. It is what it is, really. I mean, the people working with it, it's like, yeah, we deal with this all the time. Like the idea that there's signal delays and information takes time to propagate. But you've got to be real confident, though, to do a big firmware upgrade on a system that you then can't go and physically kick if you got it wrong. Yeah, you'd be chewing your fingernails for a while there. Alright, I think we're at a good point for calling it a night here. Yes, morale. We've got, I mean, I can go back in and get another pick. But we've definitely got a lot more charcoal, which is what I set out to do. Give me a whole much more XP, which gives me the ability to smelt another 8 stacks of cobble into stone to give me 8 stacks of stone bricks, which I can then run around. In fact, I'll be running around and doing that. So I'll take one of those, I'll take 2 of those, and obviously I've got to work on prettifying that, and I've got to look up if I can put a roof on that, which would be nice. At least hide the golems, and work on my sheep colouring scheme. Yeah, I'm busy, and getting my trading hall up to my librarians. Get my librarians running. I should be running smooth. And then the priority question is going to be, do I want to focus on hitting the nether and end and nominally completing the gameplay loop, or just focus on building out the world? Because it is a hardcore run. It would be good to say I beat the game, you know, super flat in hardcore. That'd be cool. Or just build the world out. I can build the world out after I beat the game. And also then get endstone. Have to think about that. There's another iron golem. Well, let me just quickly go and double check what our new villages look like. Hola. Okay, no little ones. Alright. Up you come. Let's open. All the way through, I've got three stonemason slots ready to roll. Oh, lots of bricks. Bricks would be good. Come on, up, 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 up. I thought there was more. Come on, up the stairs. Eat. Good job, Ricardo. Get up the stairs. Come on. Move. There's job sites up there waiting for you. Don't do that. Thank you. 2 grown-ups up the stairs. You're still stuck looking in the wall. And you have come all the way through. Go and pick your poison. You're back. Alright, you guys are now fully in place. Here to go. No, I don't have a pick. Alrighty. 2 more big ones to come up. In you come. In you come. Come on, Ricardo. In you go. Go. Give it. That is not going to your new home, is it? Hmm? A whole bunch of people in here waiting to see you. There you go. Good work. In you go. We're going to do this the hard way, are we? Done. And that means we've got 1 left. And they'll be up here, well, tomorrow at some point. I'll turn that off though. Options, controls, hold. There we go. Which means one more villager in place, and then it's upstairs for librarians and stonemasons. All right, okay. So I'd like to thank everyone who's coming out tonight. Regulars, first timers, chatters, lurkers, and big thank you to VODs for the raid. I'm going to just drop everyone in the chat, close things out. Tunes would be good. Yes, Morial, shush. Here we go. All right. Plans tomorrow. Sorry, next stream is we're looking at tomorrow. Probably going to be Axiom Verge. Actually, let me find where things went. I did have it lined up. Did have it listed somewhere. Brain not good, me. No. Never Alone. We're doing Never Alone first. Another short title. That should be 1-2 sessions maybe. And then looking at maybe Axiom Verge 2 after that. Okay, the other thing happening tomorrow night is our giveaway going off. So if you'd like a chance of that, hit the socials. Hit the Discord. In there you'll find a channel called Giveaways. Head in there, you'll find a blue button. Click the blue button, automatically in the draw. This week the giveaway is for a copy of Streets of Rage 4. So good luck to everybody with that. And of course that draws automatically before Sunday's stream every week. Monday night we are continuing Mass Effect 2. We are running around doing loyalty missions at the moment. And the chances are we might just hit level 30 on this playthrough, which would be great. And that means we just have one trophy we have to go back and do an easy couple of easy sections on, and then we should get the plat out of that, which means Mass Effect 3 after that. Wednesday night we're continuing Pillars of Eternity 2 Deadfire. We are finishing, we've got a tiny amount of collectibles to do to close out the second of the DLC, which we pretty much finished last week. Then it will be either finishing the faction quests and finishing the game full stop, or hitting the last DLC. It's a bit hard to tell whether it's supposed to trigger before the faction quests are done, or maybe after. I'm hoping it's before. And then obviously finishing the faction quests and completing the game. And then we're going to move on to something a little bit lighter before we go back to Divinity Original Sin and Pathfinder. Friday night is expecting to be Siberia 2. I know I've missed the last couple of Friday nights. I might have to reevaluate what days I stream. We've had, it could just be a bad run of luck I've had. Why I hadn't been able to stream the last couple of Fridays. But if that continues, then I will have to either take it off the list completely, or maybe look at some alternatives. And then next Saturday, back here continuing our multiplayer stream from our Minecraft SMP and our hardcore super flat. This week we finished the build I was working on the main server. I thought that turned out really well. It turned out really well before I destroyed it, and it turned out even better after I destroyed it. And then got some interesting ideas popped up in chat, which I'll certainly be sure to write down. And then, like I said, be back next week doing that. Alright, if you want to keep on top of when I'm streaming and what I'm doing, follow the socials. Mainly, obviously, Twitter and Insta. Messages go on both of those. I did get a message from someone this morning. Today? Yes. Yesterday. Today's now Sunday. On Twitter, asking if I was still doing anything. And it's like, well, I'm still streaming. Messages still go out. So apparently some of the followers and some of the people on there have not been seeing my tweets or my X posts, whatever. But pretty standard. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 9 p.m. to midnight-ish, Australian Eastern Standard Time. And yeah, pretty regular. Until I finish a game, at which point I'll plop another game in its place and continue those streaming cycles. Other place to keep up on things is the Discord. Those messages from Twitter and Insta end up on Discord as well as a message going out when the stream goes live. So you keep tabs on those as well. You should be well and truly covered by everything. Otherwise, again, big thank you to everyone coming out across all the various endpoints. Otherwise, it's a very good night from me to all of you. And we'll see you all again next stream.